Test, test, test. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Happy New Year. It is 6 o'clock on the wall. It is Thursday, January 15th, 2026. Welcome to the regular meeting for the Huntley School District 158 Board of Education. We have roll call, please.
Mr. Bobby.
Here.
Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Mr. Feckety.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Troy.
Here. We do have 4 members of the board, so quorum has been met. Item number 2, with that, I will move to enter into closed session at 6:01 p.m. As indicated in the Open Meetings Act and the Illinois School Code 5 ILCS 120/2C for the discussion of 1, appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees or legal counsel. 3, the selection of a person to fill a public office. 10, student discipline. 12, litigation. 15, discussion of minutes, meetings lawfully closed under this act, period.
Second.
Second from Mr. Feckety. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mr. Feckety.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Bobby.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. We are in closed session until approximately 7 p.m.
I got it.
welcome. Happy New Year. Just so that you all know, I'm fighting a bit of a cold. You hear my voice crackle in the middle of the night, in the evening, I apologize in advance. Doing the best that I can to fight through this like everybody else. With that, we have exited closed session, we've suspended closed session, so we will be returning to it after the meeting is, most of the meeting is done. And so with that, a roll call, please. I'm sorry. Time is 7:05 p.m. Apologies.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Peckety?
Here?
Mrs. Myrino?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here. All right, again, we have nothing to vote on coming out of closed session. With that, Pledge of Allegiance. All right, please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Starting here and then all the way down here, okay? Good evening, Board. I am delighted to present a fantastic group of students here tonight. These are our January Huntley High Five winners, and they're each going to come up one at a time and tell you their name, their grade, and their school before Ms. Lombard reads their nomination.
My name is Lily. I'm in 5th grade and I go to Conley Elementary.
All right, Lily. Oh,
No.
we'll go ahead and read what your nominator had to say. An explorer. You hint who your nominator was? Lily regularly goes above and beyond classroom expectations. She uses tools, technology, and creative thinking to problem solve in innovative ways. Lily is a motivated learner who sets goals, asks great questions, and keeps trying even when things get tricky. She shows strong critical thinking by making predictions, looking at results, and improving her work based on what she finds. Lily is responsible and a thoughtful classmate who works well with others, follows classroom rules, and helps make group projects successful. She communicates her ideas clearly, using words, drawings, and models, making it easy for others to understand her thinking. So, Lily, you are nominated for the critical thinker, and way to go.
Thank you. My name is Madison. Kindergarten. McHaven.
All right, Madison, here's what your teacher had to say about you. Madison is a student who always tries her best and works hard each and every day. She is kind and helpful and positive. What I love most about her is her positive self-talk. If she's having trouble with something, I consistently can hear her say, "I've got this." She's definitely a little girl who will do big things in life, and I am so happy that I get to work with her each and every day. Way to go, man.
My name is Annabella, and I go to Martin. I'm in 5th grade.
And your nominator, so this is Costas. Martin is proud to nominate Annabella for the High Five recognition because she exemplifies all the values at the heart of Huntley 158. Annabella consistently demonstrates respect, responsibility, empathy, and strong character. Those are the qualities that strengthen our school community and support a positive learning environment for all students. She listens with understanding, treats everyone with kindness, and approaches challenges with perseverance. Her positive attitude, honesty, and genuine care for others make her a true role model in our classroom and a student who reflects the very best at Martin and Huntley 158. Way to go, Annabelle.
My name is Peyton. I'm in 4th grade and I go to Liberty Elementary.
And Peyton, here's what Mrs. Marchand had to say about you. Peyton is a true rock star in our classroom. She is an exemplary student who is consistently demonstrating kindness, responsibility, and a positive attitude. Peyton is always willing to help others and goes out of her way to make everyone feel included. Recently, she took a role of a peer buddy for a brand new student, showing incredible compassion by helping the student feel welcome and comfortable in our classroom. Peyton is a hard worker who embraces challenges with a smile and sets a wonderful example for her classmates each and every day. We are so lucky to have her. Congratulations.
My name is Sophia Singer. I go to Heinemann Middle School and I'm in 8th grade.
And Sophia, your nomination comes from the entire music department. Sophia exemplifies what it means to be a skilled communicator in her confidence within the classroom and the ability to express herself with poise and a captivating demeanor. Throughout the school day, she is always seen bringing smiles and laughter to the other students' faces and knows the power of being positive through the different academic challenges students face throughout the day. Sophia is also a hard worker and a great student to have in class. She is always giving her best effort and wants everyone around her to succeed. It is for those reasons that we think she is a great example of what it means to be a Huntley learner and deserving of the Huntley High Five Award. Way to go.
I'm Brady. I go to Huntley High School, and I'm a junior.
All right, you had two nominators, Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Desai. Brady is a respectful, responsible, and dependable student who consistently holds himself to high standards. He is kind, engaged, and often supports his peers, sometimes taking on leadership roles in the classroom. He stays on top of his work, remains prepared for assessments, and takes full ownership for his learning, even when balancing academic demands with athletic commitments. With a strong time management skills, integrity, and quiet determination, Brady consistently puts forth his best effort and is well positioned for continued success. Way to go.
My name is Mark. I'm with the Light Program.
And Mark, your nominator was Miss Dill. All right. Mark is a wonderful example of the self-advocacy area of our Portrait of a Learner. Over time, he has demonstrated significant growth in both confidence and independence, especially within the Light Employment Center. Mark has become a reliable and trusted member of our Light Works business, independently completing several essential tasks that support daily operations. Even more impressive is the way Mark is advocating for himself more frequently with his teachers and peers. His willingness to speak up, ask questions, and express his needs shows growing self-awareness and ownership of his learning and responsibility. We are so incredibly proud of the progress Mark has made and the confidence he continues to build each and every day. Way to go, Mark. Keep up the amazing work. And Well, and while they come on up and we're gonna give them a certificate, we'll take a picture and you guys can all do that as well. So for parents and staff who are in the audience, parents, thank you so very much for sharing your wonderful children with us each and every day.
Right, there you are. Congratulations. Congratulations. There you are, ma'am. Congratulations. Congratulations. There you are. Congratulations. Congratulations. Come on a little bit. You earned it. Congratulations. There you go, Mark. That's for you. Right down.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Okay, we're gonna line up here. Taller people in the front, taller people on the side. Okay, so guys, maybe you're on the end. There you go, and then if you guys can turn your certificate up so we can see them, we can see who you are. Actually, no, you're good. Okay, oh, you got it. So great. So great. All right. One. Oh, I gotta see your face. There you go. Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3. 4. All right. Now, parents want to come up, you're welcome to. Yeah. Photos? No, like we were thinking. Oh, I mean, no, sorry.
Closest you need.
I read it.
Aren't you so proud of me?
Yay, you get proud. Just proud. Sure.
I just have to embarrass him proud. May I say big cheese? So cover. There we go.
Way to go, everybody.
Good job, Bobby. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is student recognition. We have our swim team.
Of course, anyone that would like to come in and have a seat. Yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna sit it down, right here, take it.
Whenever you're ready.
My name is Jenna Gaudio, and I am the high school girls varsity swim coach, and this is Olivia Rohde. Olivia is a sophomore, and this past fall qualified for our IHSA state meet for swimming in the 100-yard breaststroke. She swam on Friday and during the prelims at FMC in Westmont and qualified for day 2. So we went back Saturday, and Olivia medaled, placed 7th overall in the state.
questions for you. Where'd you pick us? Put me down for 5, because I know your dad, right?
Yeah.
Is he a swimmer?
No.
Dad's not a swimmer? Dad's not a swimmer?
No.
No. Congratulations. Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Where do you want me to see here?
Yep, they're a little.
Is that good?
There we
Okay.
go.
Yep. Want me to move? No? Okay. It's a tricky one. Okay. I think we're good. We'll come up high. That'll be good. And one more with my phone, if that's okay. My backup plan.
Did we want mom and dad to come up and take a picture, or did they? Did you want to come up and take a picture, or are you good?
We'd love to have, okay. We do that too.
Next item, 5.2, IMEA District 9 Festival. Yep.
Oh, sorry, yeah, let's start. Sorry.
Hello. Oh, cool.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here to recognize these wonderful students behind me. My name is Jeff Rollins. I'm the orchestra teacher at Huntley High School. In addition to that role, I also serve as the ILMEA District 9 Senior Orchestra Representative. So I got to be a little more involved in this process with them. ILMEA District 9, ILMEA is in our state, the Illinois Music Education Association, comprised of 9 districts dividing the state into not quite equal parts, but based on population size. We are the second smallest district in the state of Illinois and the most competitive. So what you see behind me are excellent students who are excelling at their instruments and really showing the hard work and dedication that what these students put together into the world. So I would just want to highlight the fact that they went through an audition process that had schools from DuPage County, Kane County, and parts of McHenry County as well, and they are the best musicians in the area here. So from the senior orchestra, we have Morgan Fyrick and Emma Thorstensen. For senior band, we have Aaron Reeves. Senior chorus, Christina Druetta, Nehal Gopalakrishnan, Olivia Nadendorf, Gabriella Ferris. For senior treble chorus, we have Mia Renkasik and Katie Scaletta. And then finally, for senior vocal jazz, we have Olivia Ribicki and Katie Scaletta. Give a hand for these people.
Hi there, I'm Lauren Eakes-Leving. I'm the choir director at Huntley High School. So in addition to all of these fabulous students being in our district honoree and ILMEA, we also had 2 students from our Huntley High School choir program that are going on to the state level. So Haley Hages was honored as an honorable mention for an original composition she wrote. She submitted and got adjudicated for an original song, and she will be able to go with us to our state conference and work with current composers and producers across the state to be prepared to go into that field possibly. And then we have our sophomore, Olivia Nadenoff, who is going into the All-State Honors Chorus, which is comprised of the 200 best singers in the state of Illinois. It is the higher level of our 2 choruses that she could possibly be a part of, so it's a really, really huge honor. And we're really proud of those 2 students.
I will keep delivering.
All right, guys, if you can look up here. A couple quick photos.
You guys can get closer.
2, 3.
One more with my phone.
Please move up.
Parents, you're welcome to take your own photos.
All good? Congratulations.
Would you like to take it to photos together?
Hello, I am Sally Mueller. I'm one of the assistant principals from Marlowe, and I have two fabulous Marlowe musicians to talk about with you guys. We have Addison and Anna, who both were members of our junior honor, one for orchestra and one for band. So Addison has made a big impact on our music department this year. After playing clarinet for 4 years, Addison decided to join jazz band and quickly learned how to play the tenor sax in order to make it happen. She is known for being hardworking, full of energy, and Addison is a great example of someone who truly loves to be involved in music. Anna was selected for this year's Honors Orchestra Festival playing the violin. She has worked diligently to prepare her audition and was chosen among some of the top middle school orchestra students in our region. Anna is also an active member of our after-school chamber orchestra and honors choir, and has been an active and dedicated member of Marlowe's music program during her time with us. These two wonderful ladies represent all of the good things that come from Marlowe, and we are very, very proud of their accomplishments this year with our junior honors.
Yay, the music teachers have taken over tonight. I love it. I love it. So I'm Pam Jorgensen. I'm one of the band directors at Heinemann, and this is Emily Moore. She's the choir director at Heinemann, and we are here to present the Heinemann students. And we just want to reiterate how intense this competition is. There are hundreds and hundreds of kids who try out, and I mean, it's really incredible to make it. And we are excited to say that this year, 8 Heinemann students made it, so we're so proud of them, and Mrs. Moore is going to talk about them for you.
I just love all of these kids, and I want you to know that I started writing these notes, and they turned into paragraphs. I'm like, okay, all right, I got to just like cut it down, but please know that these are just cream of the crop kids. First, I have Meredith Carey, and what a joy to have her in 8th grade choir. Meredith was a lead in Lion King this fall. She is frequently hired to sing the national anthem. She studies voice privately, and she was selected to perform with the Fox Valley Honors Choir and will be in Heinemann Honors Choir this spring. Meredith Carey. and Noelle Seigan. It is a pleasure to have her in my 7th grade choir. And just a note before I talk about my other 7th graders, to make this as a 7th grader is just such an honor. So Noelle is a leader among her peers. She also participated in Lion King this fall. She'll be in honors choir this spring, and Noelle has studied voice privately outside, and all of her hard work has really shown. Haley Harvey has been a staple in our music department for 3 years. If there is a performing opportunity, Haley is there. Band, choir, honors choir, musical, Fox Valley Choral Festival, honors choir, the play this weekend, the list goes on and on. Congratulations, Haley. When I found out that I was getting a new student, a new 8th grade student in August, I had no idea what a gift that Anastasia Karunsos would be. And she joined the choir musical, got going right away, and I'm so thrilled she was selected for ILMEA. Maddox Lovick is another amazing 7th grader. Maddox was a lead in Lion King this year as a 7th grader. He is a member of the honors choir. He's performed in many local theater productions, including past spring with Del Webb, which was pretty cool. And Maddox also studies voice privately. Ade Obadunke, another amazing 7th grader involved in both band and choir. This fall, he also had a lead in The Lion King. He was chosen for Fox Valley Choral Festival. He'll also be in honors choir this spring. He continues to seek out performing opportunities and is a leader amongst his peers. So if you would give a round of applause for my choir students. And now I'm going to introduce our 2 band students, and the name Rhodey seems to be said a lot this evening. We have the little sister here, Annabelle Rhodey. This is her 2nd year making it for the ILMEA. She is a trumpet player, an amazing trumpet player. She's also in choir, jazz band, National Honor Society, service club, Snowhawks. She swims competitively, of course, it's in the family, right? She runs track, and she was one of the leads in our musical this fall, The Lion King. And we're just so proud of you, Annabelle. Thank you for representing us for 2 years. Yay. And last but not least, we have Parker Strauss, who is a 7th grade clarinet player. He plays in the band and sings in the choir. He's also in the National Honor Society, Service Club, Jazz Band, and he's really active in our plays and musicals. And this weekend, he's not only acting in the play, he's our sound technician, doing all the music, the special effects, everything. So really involved. And as a 7th grader, to make it on clarinet, super amazing. So congratulations to Parker. We would also like to thank all of our parents. As you know, this doesn't just happen, right? They don't drive themselves to music practice, and you know the hours and hours that it takes, the equipment, you know, the music, the instruments, and the constant encouraging. You know what it sounds like at home when you're practicing, and you need that support crew to get you all the way across the finish line. So thank you to all the parents who are here tonight. And before we go, we would also like to thank the school board and the administration for your continued support of all of our programs. Not only do you provide the resources for our top students, like ILMEA, that's for our top students, but you also support all the programs that we run for the hundreds and hundreds of students that are in our music classes. We believe that the music education that you provide for our students in District 158 epitomizes the idea of all students always. Music classes are the easiest place to include all children. No matter what the level of a student, we will find a way to make them shine. That is our job, and we take it very seriously. In addition, our classes also provide opportunities for the students to become better citizens and community members. We highly stress community involvement in our programs. Our students perform all around at the schools, Del Webb, nursing homes, the public library. You've probably seen them at SoHup also. They do the national anthem at sporting events. And just last month, you saw us at the Very Merry Huntley. We were out there caroling. What a great event for all of our families to attend that and experience for all of our students. So when you see us around town, just know that that is you.
you made that happen, right? You made that possible. Without your commitment to music education, we would not be able to provide all of those performing opportunities. And upcoming in March, we have the Hundley Expo. So if you see us there, come on up, talk to us, and hey, come perform with us. We're always looking for new talent, right? Who's coming up there? I know Jessica can conduct us, right?
Dr. McCriddle could stay.
Absolutely. So, again, come join us, but we loved seeing you guys out and about and seeing us out and about. And let's give one final round of applause for all of our music students today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shorter in the middle. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, well, wait, let's do one all, and then we'll separate by school, okay? All right. Looking up here. We're good here. So let's do Heinemann first. We want to stand over here for a second. Okay, perfect. And then can you guys slide down just a little bit? A bit more. Looking good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, congratulations. And then
Once you look at the parents.
oh, parents,
Take
yep,
pictures
yep,
now.
sure, yeah, absolutely.
Before we let them go, the parents, if they wanted the group picture from both schools.
You want to put them all in for
Like
parents?
you had the group picture, let the
Oh,
parents have
the
the
smaller
picture.
group?
No, for the big group.
Oh.
Have the other two.
Sure. Come on up, guys. Parents,
Yeah.
would you like a full shot? Feel free to come up and take.
Yes.
Got this. These will also be on Facebook.
All right, small group.
Now just. All right, we see Marlo. Yep.
Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. You get center stage.
Congratulations. We get state festival? Oh, they did, okay. Oh, yeah, I see the name, okay.
Got the Geiger counter.
Oh, no. Need to turn it off.
Somebody's got to turn off the Geiger counter. It was there, it was on for a moment. All right. Thank you for everybody for your patience. Item 6 on the agenda is public comment. First public comment here is Kula. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, and I only have the first name on here. Koulla. And can you state your last name for the record, since it's not on the sheet?
Kula Salamu. Good evening, my name is Kula Salamu, and I'm here to speak about serious concerns involving my son's classroom environment.
Is the light on your microphone?
No.
Okay.
Are we good?
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you for indulging.
It's okay. Good evening, my name is Kula Salamu. I'm here to speak about serious concerns involving my son's classroom environment and the conduct of his teacher. My son experienced emotional distress and fear in his classroom, and I'm here to ensure the board understands the seriousness of what he and other students went through. Every child deserves a safe and supportive learning environment. Over the past several months, multiple statements and behaviors were reported that caused repeated emotional distress to students. These included the teacher telling students, "I'm going to kill you," threatening to slap my son, yelling at students, crying in class for extended periods, pressuring students to be on her side, and saying she wishes the moon would fall on the children. She sent emails instructing me how to parent my child at home. She told students that if they were her child, they would not be sleeping in their own beds and would be cussed out, even calling her own child on speakerphone in the classroom to confirm these statements. She took the entire class to her car because she forgot something, during which 2 students were left outside the building without supervision for several minutes. She made statements like, "I'm going to throw you out the window," and showed favoritism by allowing some students to speak while scolding others. When I first reported these incidents weeks ago, they were labeled as hyperbole by the principal, with the assistant superintendent copied on the communication. The seriousness of what these children experienced was minimized. It was only after additional families came forward with similar, sorry, I need to take a breath, concerns, that the teacher was placed on administrative leave. That matters because student safety should never depend on how many parents speak up. If a student had made these same threats towards a teacher, there would have been immediate consequences. We all know that. So why was this behavior acceptable from an adult in the classroom? Public communications to families focused on the teacher's 18 years of service and popularity without acknowledging student safety or taking accountability for the environment these children experience. If a judge found the situation serious enough with LP, then meaningful steps should have been taken the first time concerns were raised. My son has an IEP, which legally entitles him to a safe, supportive learning environment that meets his emotional and educational needs. Yet he was asked to remain out of the school for additional days due to delays in the system, not because of his behavior. This situation highlights the urgent need for better training in emotional regulation, de-escalation, sensitivity, and recognizing when students need support. This is not about attacking teachers. This is about accountability. This is about proper training, and this is about student safety. I'm here not just for my son, but for every child who deserves to feel safe at school and every parent who deserves to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sheet number 2, Leslie Raquel. Sorry, I know who you are, I just was working through the.
It's okay. It's a long name.
pursuit. So, thank you.
It's a
for your
long
grace.
name. I'm Leslie Streckdale-Smith, also known as Lion Leslie, amongst many other things with the district. But tonight I am here to proudly present the third annual plaque plate for the recycled eyeglass drive that the district works on with the Lions. This year, we collected 200 pairs in 1 week, and we've been blessed that the district allows us to have the boxes in every building, and it was added to the district office and transportation this year. Everyone's knocking it out of the park. It's not easy to collect 200 pairs of glasses in 1 week when we all know costs are high for vision care. People don't get glasses every year. So I know those numbers are going to ebb and flow, but it's something that is one of the main pillars for the Lions Club is vision, and I'm just very proud of the district to step up and work with us in such a collaborative way to help others get vision care and eyeglasses that they would not otherwise have. And with me, I have our two Leo sponsors. We have Jenna Gordon and Courtney Howell. They are the sponsors in addition to awesome teachers at the high school, and I asked them to come in addition to, where'd she go? Kylie, sorry, she is also a Leo, because the Leos and the high school have been champions the last 2 years. We don't keep track, but they have excelled with promoting and collaborating with the Lions to do the drive. And I wanted to acknowledge and recognize them and hope that other schools will maybe take a little piece of how they promote it. And we'll continue to keep those numbers high and keep those needs being met. Thank you for everything you guys do. And also thanks to all the administrators in every building that help promote the Eyeglass Drive. And I would be amiss if I did not acknowledge Miss Lori Woods, who does so much to get the word out to all the administrators and just collaborate with me to make the drive as successful as it is. So thank you, Lori.
Superintendent, over there.
I'll picture it.
Thank you. Wasn't ready.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I got more for you. I mean.
Item 7 on the agenda tonight, excuse me, is revision and adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to be made here? All right, not hearing any, I move to adopt the agenda as presented. Second from Mr. Bobby. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No nays. Motion passes 6-0. Item 8, superintendent's report. Ms. Lombard.
So we'll go ahead and we'll start with our donations. This month, we've received donations from Philip Jeffrey, a microscope, and 495 boxes of microscope slides. Groundbreakers, $500 weight class sponsorship for wrestling. Enhanced Networks, $250 weight class sponsorship to wrestling. Judith Lovett, $250 for weight class sponsorship to wrestling. Divergent Alliance LLC, $250 wrestling scholarship. Clear Cut Orthodontics LLC, $250 wrestling sponsorship. Blood Bros Disposable Company, $250 to the dance program. And from ComEd, $1,000 to our incubator program. So thank you to these individuals and these businesses and organizations for their support of our students, both in the classroom and outside of the classroom through these donations. So thank you again. And then, I know it's already mid-January, however, we're first board meeting, so welcome back to the second half of the 25-26 school year. Nico, counting down the days, last semester.
Tomorrow's 5 months.
5 months, so we're going by months, good. But it's not days, please don't go to days, right? We still have lots of work to do, and I know you guys have some really great ideas that we'll hear from in just a moment coming forward. But a couple different things, there's a lot of things after, a couple week break of people rejuvenating, re-energizing. We've jumped back in with some Aimsweb testing and access testing is around the way. But two things that impact our strategic plan, our Huntley 2030, that I just want to kind of highlight is some of our continuous improvement around academic achievement. As you recall, and the data, we'll leave that to L&I, but that the strategic plan, we looked at dividing into KPIs as well as our continuous improvement measures that are up on our dashboard. We talked about what those were in each of our buildings in the fall. Teams worked really, really hard looking at establishing what those goals would be for literacy, math, and our social emotional learning. Each one of those then, they've got teams working, moving forward all year long. In November, if you recall, we had our district hosted the curriculum workshop with the board and community members, where we took a glance as to where are we, where are we moving towards, what different areas should we be celebrating, what challenges do we have in areas for continued focus, and then looking at those strategies that we are implementing that will contribute to those student outcomes. So now you get to January, and we've taken the show on the road, if you will. We're going out to each one of our buildings, and we've been able to be at data meetings for departments at the high school, as well as to both of our middle schools so far, meeting with their leadership team. And when I say we, that we is the cabinet and directors from our L&I team. And we are really hearing from those in the building who are making this movement happen. These collaborative conversations will continue to go on throughout the rest of this month and into February. We'll be meeting with the early childhood program, the light program, what we call it school improvement for all of those. We'll even meet for the PIP program for light. So we've got elementary light and early childhood that we'll be continuing to talk through. And these have been really, really great conversations. I think the powerful component of that is we're able to see the celebrations that are going, the hard work, but hearing what those challenges are, especially as we get into having to make some decisions as we start to think about the budget process moving forward. What are the things that we still need to be looking at? Permits shared learning, and it reinforces our collective commitment to our continuous improvement for all of our students. So those are, the passion in those conversations from the staff have been fantastic, and can't wait to hear how those are going at our other buildings as well. This isn't a specific KPI. We know we have a budget process KPI, but looking at the budget impact as we get ready to start thinking about the draft of the budget, and then legislative engagement. I know that one of the pieces that we should be looking at is the advocacy efforts here. Mr. Altmeyer, I know that you are regularly involved in those, and at a meeting we had just the other day, we started talking about some of that budgeting, and I had been at a meeting where they talked about a one-pager. I asked Mark all about this budgetary one-pager, and he knew right away, got on the phone with Emily, and Emily is part of IASWA, has been working on creating a one-pager that's customizable for every school district to talk about the state's evidence-based funding model, as well as the mandated categorical reimbursement. And we are going to tailor that for our specific district, and then Mark and I will go ahead and meet with some of our state legislators to talk about how the state funding has supported our programs and the student success, as well as what challenges we're facing and how we're seeing the components, especially when we're talking about the mandated categorical reimbursement, so that they get a better understanding of that and have that information before they head down, mainly in March and April, down into Springfield. So we'll be doing some of that legislative engagement, really helping educate what our challenges are and our successes here within the district. So more to follow on that collaborative approach really helps them be informed as they go down to make decisions in Springfield. We'll strengthen our relationships with our policymakers and then reinforce what our commitment to fiscal responsibility and long-term sustainability is within the district. So more to follow on that. We see our current enrollment in here. We're at 8,311. As of today, we had 36 early graduates. So that's going to dip down a little bit because each January we do remove students who have decided to take their diploma early. So we'll see some of those numbers. And our average daily attendance and our chronic absenteeism is remaining pretty constant over the last couple of months. Do want to note, and most of you probably know this, we have hit a pretty intense flu season. And so we definitely want students to stay home if they are not feeling well. And even with that season, it being what it is, the attendance rate is still staying where we would like it to be. So there's some numbers there along that. So any questions on either of those two things?
Do you want to volunteer to go to Springfield? You need another voice?
Oh, we're not going to Springfield.
Oh, you're
The
not.
legislators are going to Springfield.
Oh.
Well, I can't say
You're
Mark
road
was. No, I just stay here in the district, and, but we're gonna meet with them, prior to, maybe take them on a tour, seeing some of the things that are happening in our building,
Gotcha.
getting them to understand that. Now, if there was something, that they needed, from, any of our administrators or board, we will definitely share that. So we got time for that.
I have a quick comment, and if I need to bring this forward as new business, then stop me. I know, Ms. Loman, you and I had kind of spoken a little bit about our KPI indicators with regard to our budget and really making this something that's a little bit more friendly to look at, more streamlined. And we had discussions, you know, it's been brought up in board discussion, looking at the budget. And would this be a right opportunity to talk about how do we as a board begin looking and dissecting the board, or the budget? Can we start looking at funds and how those look? Like, how can the board get a clearer understanding and then the community have
I believe, Mr. Altmeyer will be bringing a draft of the budget next month. I mean, when we talk about that, that is very draft, form of that. And, so we'll refer to him a little bit. I think starting with that maybe as we look at what, that cycle or process can be, again, that's a KPI of ours to develop something out. We won't all be here, you know, forever. And so we want to leave a lot of that knowledge and build out that system. So that will be something that we will be bringing forward regularly as Mr. Altmeyer is working on that. As we hit January, this is a great time to start that, to do what are the things that need to be month by month. And through there could be some discussion from the board about, how do we do more information and things like that.
Yeah, and generally, we present about four drafts of the budget throughout the year, okay? And this year, we're gonna present it even a little earlier, knowing what financial challenges that we have, whether it's FY '27 or it's beyond, right? We need to start looking at our budget earlier in the year. And I was gonna bring this up in my fiscal update, but since we brought it up here, no, and that's fine. Right, we do have a KPI under our strategic plan of fiscal stewardship, and let me read it because I do have it here, And that KPI is to implement processes, procedures, and systems for internal consistency and transparency around budgeting and resource allocation between buildings and departments. Well, because it is the KPI, we intend to bring the board fully up to speed as to what we're doing for that KPI. So as part of that KPI, I've already drafted, and I'm in the works of drafting, a very thorough budget development timeline. So that the board has a really full understanding, because it's 9 months. It's 9 months of work. Every month there's something coming down the pipeline. There's a revision of an estimate. There's working with the state. There's working with the federal government, understanding what our federal grants are going to be. There's internal work being done every month, understanding what our staffing needs are, what opportunities do we have to reduce costs. Every month we have operational efficiencies going on. So throughout the year, things will become clearer and clearer when we draft that FY27 budget. So I do have a very thorough budget development timeline that I will share actually at the February COP. That's news to Ms. Lombard right now. But so I'll present that in advance of the first draft of the budget, which I do expect to be at the February board meeting. And we'll talk a little bit more about what the board is looking for, and maybe some more high-level things that are a little easier to understand. I get it. The first draft of the budget is still 100 pages. The final draft of the budget is 100 pages. So if there is a way for us to present something a little easier to read for the board as well as the community, we will absolutely do that.
Yeah. And then I think once that part is about developing the budget, but once it's adopted, then maybe in those latter months, what does that look like as we are going through? You get the fiscal reports. Do those reports make sense to you? Is there different ways you'd like to see that? As Mr. Altmaier just kind of talked about, we could talk about those things, because we look at those all the time. Not everybody in the community sees those on a regular basis.
Right, and so it's, even understanding, okay, looks like we've got all this money here, but maybe that was a grant for something specific, so we can't just take that and be like, okay, well, we'll use that for this because this looks good. I mean, even maybe if it's in Fund 1, maybe we can't utilize that money or just kind of arbitrarily move it, or what we can move. Just kind of understanding kind of that, or like when the budget comes through, like we kind of talked about, there are some things that maybe a couple of months into the fiscal year, we've spent 75%, 80% of the budget, but it makes sense because those are things that are all needed to start the school year. We're going to use that up, and then it's going to taper off as the rest of the year goes by. So it's just things like that, just a little area to focus on for the board and for the community to just kind of learn as we go.
So stay tuned, but not too far, because that's the same week.
Thank you, thank you.
So, and I'll add 1 cent, not 2 cents to this. One of the things that often gets lost with the community is understanding how money is spent with the district and how revenues come in. The district only gets paid twice a year, if I remember my schooling correctly. Property taxes, you get paid twice a year. So it's the CFO's job, any financial officer's job, with that in mind, to expend money and make the money last. And we at home tend to look at, I'm going to paint with a very broad brush, tend to look at $0 budgeting. So we want to put money aside for savings. Sometimes we can and sometimes we can't. Bills come up. But school districts don't do $0 spending. We have to keep a fund balance in place. We have a policy for that, but it's good financial practice beyond the policy to maintain, if you will, a savings account, so that when things come up like a chiller that unexpectedly, or asphalt cracks, there are big dollar expenses. They're not always small things. And it's just good prudent practice to make sure that the district has enough money to be solvent to make payroll. And that was a concern in this district 25 years ago, 30 years ago. I'm probably off by a little bit. But the point is that, and several school districts go through it even today, because they run out of money and they have to do what's something called a tax anticipation warrant, which is really, I'm going to borrow money today and I'm going to pay you tomorrow, but I'm going to pay you with tomorrow's taxes. So it becomes a very slippery slope to borrow against next year's taxes, because you gotta pay it back. It's a short-term loan, it's not a long-term loan.
Right.
And these are the types of nuances in school district finance that do get lost within the community because our personal budgets and our homes don't work that way. And it's a different concept to wrap your arms around. It's not just the dollar amount, it's the way that the process and the system work. So that I think is something where we can do a good job. Mr. Altmeyer can do a good job. We can all do a better job of helping the community understand that particular mindset when it comes to not just budgeting, but also spending. That was probably more than 1 cent. That was probably like 3, but it's a mindset. It truly is a different mindset.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else want to add in before we move on? All right. Thank you for that. Anything further, Ms. Lombard?
Yep.
All right. Thank you for that. Student board representatives, Mr. Knowshue and Jorgensen. Welcome and Happy New Year.
So, as a way to collect updates from other schools, an idea is currently being explored with the help of the communication department. Is a rendition of what's great and 158 June edition. Put themselves at all Huntley 158 buildings to be able to submit ideas to us. We would review the submission and then highlight them at the board meeting. Just yesterday, Nico and I met with Mrs. Moore and we discussed our ideas, how to get them out to schools and how to get it back to us. So very soon we're hoping to get something out to.
Yep, and I would just like to make a correction, that's 4 months, not 5 months till graduation. Sorry, it's been a very long
Nobody's able to count, we can't count anymore with that, it's too soon.
I would also like to do a little promotion, but for a Huntley High School event that is coming up is our Huntley Chuck a Duck event. This is a fundraiser that we will be running through Raider Nation. We're hoping to bring this time the whole Huntley 158 community into this. So we will have possibly do some district communications department help with this go around, but it's something that we're hoping to have the whole community come into, not just Huntley High School, but the details are it's going to be February 6th at Huntley High School in the East Gym at 7 p.m. and we have some pretty amazing prizes, TVs, Xbox, laptops that we've been able to get donated from.
So Emma, you talked about the student edition of that What's Great in 158. So part of that will be you as presenting, kind of similar to how you did, but also visual of you going out and getting some of the feedback from the students or clips about some of these things that they wanted to share. So that'll be exciting. And I know communications well with that too, because school is first. And I know that if you want to get out in those buildings, then we will provide as many opportunities, but we want you to be able to get, do all the things in school. But, we can't really wait to see that. I know it's been a lot of thoughts moving forward, but some of those things come to action are going to be exciting. So thank you.
Any questions from the board?
I didn't see you. I wasn't here for the December meeting. Final exams, I trust one. Well, right. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you for that. Item 10, Assistant Superintendent for Learning and Innovation, Dr. McCray.
Good evening. My first update this evening is actually about our Institute Day that we just finished on January the 5th. It was across the district, a full day Institute Day where there were high-quality, choice-based professional learning sessions connected to our district portrait of a learning environment, and that aligns directly to the KPI that we identified beginning of the school year, which we wanted to identify and provide differentiated professional learning for all of our staff. So there were more than 50 different sessions from pre-K all the way up to 12th grade that were offered mainly by our own staff, and that included administrators, teachers, instructional coaches, related service providers, a variety of internal experts, and we did a mini conference, and they got to present to their own peers on different topics that that teachers could choose which ones they wanted to go to. Those topics did center around the portrait of a learning environment, and also some initial look at universal design for learning, which is another KPI that we have where we're trying to go ahead and start to dip our toes in how do we make sure that all of our classrooms are designed in a way where all kids can access the learning, no matter what. And so a huge shout out to all the teachers and staff that did deliver and design professional learning, as well as our administrators who put that together. A thank you to our learning innovation team, the directors, that it's a lot of hard work and coordination to put that together and to design such a great day. The afternoon was a time for some vertical articulation as well, which means that we could pull teachers from different grade levels together to have conversations. And there's not time to do that all the time. And so there were those opportunities across different grade level stands, as well as different programs and departments, including our special educators, being able to talk about their programs from pre-K all the way up to 12th grade. And then I know at the elementary level, that conversation was centered around math. What are the different needs with math, and what does it look like in second grade, and why is what you're teaching in second grade so important, because third grade needs you to teach that skill. And so it was great to just engage in some of those conversations, and so we really leveraged that time to do that. The other thing I did want to note is that we do provide a survey to staff to fill out to get their feedback, and we're starting to dive through that, dive into that feedback and identify some themes to identify other topics. And I know a common piece that's been coming from that feedback is we need to make sure we provide a balance of time for staff to have some time to work as well as learn. And so we're going to take that back and try to, we take all the feedback and we try to make some plans and adjustments. So we hear it loud and clear, we saw it in the survey, and we'll make sure that we adapt as we can. My second update I have is about some upcoming state assessments that we have as we come to the spring season. We just started yesterday Access, which is the test that all of our ELL students take throughout the district. This is an assessment that the state provides. It assesses our students on their reading, writing, speaking, and listening skills. And so we started that with our teachers. The Illinois Science Assessment is going to be in the spring. That's an assessment that all of our students in 5th and 8th grade take to measure their science knowledge. The DLM assessment is the assessment that our students with significant cognitive abilities take, and it measures their ELA, their math, and their science ability as well. IAR is coming up, which is the reading and math assessment for our students in 3rd through 8th grade. And then finally, the ACT and pre-ACT, which our students in 9th through 11th grade take, and that measures their English, math, and science. In addition to those state assessments, we do go ahead and give the COGAT assessment, which is a local assessment. It screens our students in our 2nd grade for gifted to decide if we need to dive in deeper and to provide them access to the gifted programming. So that's coming up as well. So this is a busy season for our assessments. It's very important. We will keep putting in reminders out there in newsletters so that our students and families at home are getting good night's sleep and coming to school and excited to show their learning, because our teachers do a great job, our students do a great job inside our classrooms every day, and we want to highlight that. And so it's very important to us. And then the last update I have is about school improvement and where we are in that process. Ms. Lombard talked a little bit about it. It's okay. You can always talk about it, Ms. Lombard. But throughout our process, the mid-year is the middle part of we just got our STAR data, and we're finishing up our Ames Web data to be able to look at how our students are doing at this mid-year point in their data. And so it's an exciting part of our year to be able to say what's working, what's not, and what adjustments might we need to make either way for our students. And so our building teams are getting together and talking about that at the building level. And as Ms. Lombard shared, we do get to join their conversations. And it's one of, I know, my favorite times as well, because we get to really hear from staff what's working and hear how does that correlate to the strategic plan goals and initiatives, and start to see that, that needle moving. And so in addition to that, after that building team gets together, there's actually grade level data teams happening as well, where they get to dive in even more, and then they look at which kids might need additional interventions from the math angle, reading, and then social emotional learning, and which kids might get to exit from interventions because they have moved forward. And then they use that to also continue through their IPS process, which might identify a student for a need for an IEP or some additional specific learning that they need based off of a goal. So this is a very important time in our year, and we value that time. And teachers miss some time in the classroom to have those conversations, but the impact that it has on our ability to provide the supports for our students is it's well worth the time, and we are excited to kind of see that. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
A question tied to, you mentioned reminders for parents about the families, about the testing. I know that that's typically communicated in a weekly newsletter. Will there be notifications the night before before and just like leading up to, because I know that with communication, we can just easily get lost. You might see the newsletter on a Sunday, but the test is on Wednesday, and you totally forget about it as a parent. And I don't know what function, like as far as when the tests land, if there's a way to even text message families too, if that's an option.
That's a great idea. So I do know that principals send out a letter, you know, at the beginning of it to say this is what's coming up, but we can definitely engage in that conversation with our building level and see what they can do, but they have that feature that they could do reminders, the way you just said. And I think it's important to know that this is just such an important time for our students, and it's because we want to highlight the learning that's going on. And so we're trying really hard to put that focus on that, and so that's a great suggestion. We've not really done that in the past, so we'll get it back to our team and talk through that.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question of Emma and Nico? Since you got going before, and then you started talking about Institute Day, my brain started to just start rolling. And I know it's a day off for kiddos, because we're all in school and you get the day off. But we have one coming up in April. So now my mind is wondering, what would it be like to have a session run by students? Whether it's a panel, or it could be teaching some of us AI, it could be, do you think that there would be students who would be interested? Because Dr. Gill and I talked a little bit about community, parents, ways of things that we could do there, but would that be something you think would be beneficial? Or people would be interested, maybe that, you know.
I think more at the secondary level, there would be some interest, but I think maybe if we want to maybe do some of our education pathway classes, they would want to teach or see what interest there are from students for coming in on a day off. But I think this is definitely a potential idea that I have.
We could some incentives.
Yeah. And I have thought of this idea in the past too.
Absolutely.
It's a great idea. We will be exploring that for sure. We'll connect. Thank you.
Maybe an SIP day, because then the students are already there.
Yep.
So you're not asking kids to come in on a day off. It's like, instead of leaving early, just stay a little bit longer to get some feedback. But that would be one. But Dr. McCarroll, I did have a question. So I noticed this when I'm at like our parent advisory committee meetings and things, and we were working on things, and you could see the feedback from different schools. Like, do you know that the feedback is genuine, because it's sometimes worded so differently? But are there some examples of targeted things that the schools are working on during the school improvement plan days? Are they given specific topics to work on, or are they processing things that they're seeing in their own buildings? And then do you see trends that then loops back around to that, what was that, vertical articulation,
Yeah.
and kind of ties that all together?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of both. So what we end up doing is, I would say about 3 years ago, we had a KPI that was about creating a professional learning plan for our whole district, and we maintain that. And so what we do is, in the spring, we use feedback from staff as well as our principals to say, what are we going to learn each month? And so we use that to help guide that. And so some of that is coming directly from the strategic plan, from whatever might be happening. And we say, in January, we're going to learn X, Y, Z and focus on this. Then there's another part that says this is time that buildings can use or buildings can focus on, and that's what you're talking about. And so then what the buildings will do is they will then create their own agenda or their own topics, or they use the early release day time or some PLC time to highlight things maybe that they need to do in their buildings. So they set their goals from their school improvement plan, and let's say they all say we want to grow 3 to 5% in reading and math. They might say, well, here, we met our goal. Great, we've exceeded it. Let's have some conversations about what's working. But then maybe in reading, we haven't yet. And so then what a building might do is say, what do we need to do for our teachers to help us move that along? And so we allow some different parts because each building's in a different spot. So it's a mixture of both of what you just said, but that's how some of it is said. You know, in April, we're going to focus on some more choice sessions around the portraits of a learning environment and maybe some social emotional learning focus. You know, we give them some topics, but other times there is some building autonomy based off of what they need, connected to their school improvement plan, which is connected to our district plan.
Okay, because that's what I saw, what was the building autonomy.
Yes.
But coupled with, okay, this time we're gonna focus on this because we want to hear what the buildings are experiencing
Correct.
from this. Okay,
Yeah, and we're trying really hard to make sure that what we're working on is all going towards our strategic plan, because we want to work smarter, not harder, you know, and say that we're all kind of going in the same, all the fish are swimming in the same direction. And so I think that that's what we're going to do. Yeah,
excellent.
yeah, good.
Thank you.
All right, not hearing any more questions. Thank you for that very much. Item 11, Chief Financial Officer Treasurer, Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you. I have the monthly fiscal updates. Just a few updates. I've already covered the FY '27 budget and 5-year plan. But pertaining to that, as it doesn't really matter what month we're in, we're always looking for operational efficiencies. We're always looking at ways to improve financial resources. And I do have a line item there called the FY '27 budget and fees. And we do, the district does charge a lot of fees, whether it's registration fees, it's lunch fees, it's athletic fees. And I am happy to announce, obviously, that for the last 13 years and 10 years, we have kept registration fees and athletic fees flat. But that being said, what we have learned is, well, we have a little opportunity to make some adjustments and modifications to those fees, maybe even providing some benefits to the parents along the way if they have a large family, for instance. So next month at the February COW, we will be talking and bringing forward a proposed modification to the registration fees as well as the athletic fees, 2 separate memos, 2 separate discussions. But we just wanted to let the board know tonight that we will be bringing that forward as well in February. The other item that I'm really kind of excited to talk about, and we talked about operational efficiencies, we talk about that internally every month, every day. It's really become a culture. We have a friend over at District 300, a new CFO over there, who's actually a resident in our community, Mr. Frank Williams. And I see Frank all the time. I see him at regional IASBO meetings. And we always talk in regional meetings about, getting together and really putting our purchasing power together to maximize benefits and buying power for each other's school districts. We do that with CLIC liability and property insurance. We do that, or we're thinking about doing that on the health insurance side. But both of our districts, we put out a lot of bids. We put out a lot of bids to do a lot of different things. And so we're going to give it a shot, and we're going to go out to bid on a few things, and we're starting with a paper bid. Right? We use a lot of paper at the elementary level. We actually use a lot of paper throughout the district. And so District 300 was in the midst of putting together a bid for paper and asked if we would like to be part of that. And in doing so, we both feel like we would be able to get a better buy than doing it on our own. So we're going down that path. We're both working internally with our general counsel, attorney, so to speak, to see if we need to put anything additional in place, like an IGA. So I have some messages for our attorney, although he's out of town, so he will be getting back to me. And he's working internally with his general counsel, and so we will keep the board apprised on anything along that line. But with the paper bid, the bid is being outlined in that there is no requirement by either district to purchase anything. It's just a bid. We'll go out to bid. We'll get the best pricing out there. And if we so choose to move forward with that bid, we will bring those bid results to this board so that to have you approve that bid as well. And hopefully we'll bring some savings to the district. So really excited about that opportunity. We have some things coming down the pipeline, whether it's fuel, whether it's paper, whether it's other things that we work on, whether it's operations and maintenance related or anything. If there's an opportunity to work together, we're going to work really hard to maximize that purchasing power. So one of those good stories. So I did want to share that with the board. Other than that, nothing else to highlight on monthly fiscal updates.
I really like the idea of that collaboration with District 300. I'm wondering, when it comes to actually voting, let's say you do a bid, our board agrees with it. What if District 300's board does not agree with the bid? Does that muddy this process? Because I love the idea. I'm curious, like, if there has to be approval from both boards then
Oh, absolutely.
to move forward on this, and do we still get the bang for our buck?
question. Good question. Once we have our discussions with the attorney, I'd be able to better answer that question. I don't think it would be an issue, per se, the way in which we are collaboratively writing that bid. Once I have that answer, I'll be able to bring that back to the board.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and it might be a case where you entertain an alternate bid for District A and District B, and you'll get to actually see what the purchasing power of A plus B is.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I'm also very hesitant to do that.
Understood.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword. I get it. All right, thank you for that. Any other questions for Mr. Altmeyer? We'll move on. All right, 11.2, revenue and expenditure report, sir.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you do have the November 2025 financial executive summary. We continue to track within budget, with the exception of a few line items, primarily driven by, health insurance, right? We're about 3% over budget on employee benefits, primarily driven by claims on health insurance, which we'll talk about here in a minute. I do want to point, if you do have a chance and you're looking at the November 2025 financial executive summary, this is probably the most abbreviated way to look at our income statement, right? We got 3 lines for revenue. We've got local, we got state, we got federal, right? When you look at that 100-page document and it's broken out by the education fund, the operations and maintenance fund, the transportation fund, the bond and interest fund, the capital projects fund, and all the other funds we have, the working cash fund. It's a little more complicated, but it does just provide just a little more detail. I would encourage any board member that is in need of better understanding, whether it's the financial executive summary, whether it's the budget, any draft of the budget. I am open for discussion anytime. I do want to make it as easy as we could make it, not only for our board members, but for our community as well. So I do relish any comments and feedback you do have. But this is the simplest form of the financial statement that we can present on a monthly basis. On page 2, we always talk about health insurance. And actually, hopefully we can continue this trend. Health insurance claims went down about $500,000 from October to November. Still tracking several percentage points over budget on the benefit line as a result. As you can see, we are close to 50% of the overall budget at $7.6 million versus the $16.2, but we do have another month of December to fill in there. So we should have final results in December here shortly next week. So we will definitely have that for you at the February cow. Other line items, it's not on page 3. We have the dashboard. It's very typical to have a lot of items in red, but when you look at the items in red versus where we were in prior year, it's very understandable that state categorical monies and building rentals and things of that nature at this point in time, a lot of the revenues just haven't come in yet, or they haven't been reimbursed by the state of Illinois. I do have a little concern on interest earnings, even though we have a lot of long-term investments for which we are waiting for those investments to mature so that we can recognize the interest earnings. We are seeing a downtick, right, in interest earnings, right? Once upon a time, we were able to get and obtain certificates of deposit at about a 5% rate of return, and we're now seeing a rate of return at about 3.5%, 3.6%. And that makes a big difference when we can only invest in a 6-month CD or a 1-year CD at 3.5 versus 5%. So there will be some risk on that line item, but we'll continue to monitor that. And as we approach the March-April timeline, we'll be able to forecast those numbers a little better for the Board of Education and the community. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on the revenue and expenditure financial executive summary.
All right, not hearing any questions. Thank you for the reports. Moving on, Assistant Superintendent for Special Services, Mrs. Gill. Dr. Gill.
Dr. Gill.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading.
I only get to say it a couple of times.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
I've made a change here, so.
My apologies.
It's really okay, I guess, totally fine.
in front of you is a memo to outline and share with you how the district communicates information from a student's individualized education plan that had come up in a previous board meeting and wanted to share some information with you about that. So there are two really equally important obligations we have to make sure that we are following. One is around ensuring our students have access and implementation of the IEP required support across instructional or non-instructional times of their day. And then the second being that we want to make sure that we're protecting the privacy of all students, so limiting confidential information to staff with legitimate educational interests. Our IEP information is shared in our district. It's not, our IEPs are not widely distributed or broadly distributed. Instead, we take a need-to-know approach, meaning we share the information to the staff members who need to have that information. The way that's done is case managers are responsible for coordinating the implementation of the student's IEP and ensuring that those relevant staff members have, in their role, have access to that required information. Teachers and service providers receive information around specific accommodations, supplementary aids, or supports that they're responsible for implementing. Non-instructional staff, such as coaches, paraprofessionals, lunchroom supervisors, will receive targeted information only when it's necessary to ensure that there's student safety or access to those supports throughout their day. And extracurricular staff and coaches are informed of applicable accommodations or supports when a student's IEP identifies the need for that. I shared some examples of appropriate information sharing, but then also noted that in our district, information that's not relevant to a staff member's role is not shared, and I think that's important. There's a little bit of both. Our IEP team is really careful to consider that when accommodations and supplementary aids are needed outside of the instructional day or outside of the classroom, that those supports are explicitly documented on that student's IEP, which covers the duration of their time when they're in school with us. And that may extend to after-school activities, extracurriculars, and those things. There are some safeguards we have in place. Our staff across the district receive training on student confidentiality, not just about students with IEPs, but around confidentiality in general. Access to IEP documentation is limited to staff with a legitimate educational interest, and communication focuses on the implementation of supports, not a disclosure of disability labels or detailed evaluation information. And I think that's a really important piece of some of the questions that come up around that sharing. So in summary, just wanted to make sure that you all know that the communication we have around information related to a student's IEP ensures that the student has access to those supports and that the staff that need that information also have it to ensure that both the staff and the students are able to understand the needs. So I hope that answers the questions that came up, but I'm happy to take any others.
I just had a quick question. So, then is this part of the case manager's training then? This is,
yes.
So how do we ensure that they know to do this? Does that come from the department chair? Well, we don't have a department.
We do.
Yeah.
So I can answer that question. So we do training for IEP compliance throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
We have coordinators who review IEPs and sit in at IEP meetings to review paperwork and also to facilitate IEP meetings. And so all of our staff are trained in the development of an IEP, which is where the information would live, first and foremost. So making sure that the IEP captures the supports. There is a section on the IEP that explicitly talks about accommodations, supplementary aid support. And there are places throughout the IEP that require us to consider, for example, if an accommodation is required on transportation, or if an accommodation supports are needed for extracurricular activities. So there are places on the IEP where all of that information should live. So all case managers are given training, our coordinators and our administrative teams are given training, and then we have a procedure
we review our procedures, we're updating procedures all the time to remind staff, how and when to communicate that information. So there is a lot of training and a lot of reminders, and
That's what I,
there's a lot, and especially I would say in this last year, we've taken a lot more time and a lot more professional learning specifically focused on our IEP compliance and also communication. So that was some benefit to the cyclical monitoring being part of the cohort 1, because we got to really evaluate the processes and procedures that we're following in our district. So I think we're seeing a lot more of that.
yeah, that's what's important, is that it's not just a one and done training, that there are those reminders, because sometimes, okay, we got the training like at the beginning of the year and it was like, okay, this really isn't applying to something right now. But then we hear it again 2 months later at a reminder or at an institute day or a, improvement plan day. And it's like, oh, now this sticks because that reminder came at a perfect time because I actually need this for this that's going on. So that's what was important to hear, was that was that constant refreshing and updating of training.
I think one of the things Dr. Gill and I had just recently talked about was, at the beginning of the year, it's extremely busy. We understand that. However, it's extremely important for everybody to understand what Jessica's needs be, where are the accommodations, modifications, and for each person. And so while there's time that we make sure that the case manager is providing that information, we talked about ways of even early on, of once they've gotten that, providing an opportunity then to have a conversation of, based on what you read, what questions might you have? Where do you see this could be challenging, or what professional development can we provide? So it's not, well, I did my job, I gave it to the person. It's now, okay, we've now had time to review it, get to know the student in the class, and then let's sit down as a case manager and a staff member just to really talk about it, to ensure to know, here are the things that may work, or here are the things that we may have to, especially on those years where they transition from one building to the other. Every year is important, but to have that.
Right.
So we've talked about ways to strengthen that. So it's not just, here you go.
And I was going to say, the other thing we talked about related to that was, how do we empower all of our other educators, our general educators, to understand their role in that, and so that they really feel confident in what it means when they're receiving that information. So I think that's an ongoing commitment that we have to make sure that everybody feels like they understand what the accommodations might mean, and feel like they have ownership in it collectively. So it's a shared responsibility, and I think we feel really good about the training that we're doing, especially in this year. We've done some great things. So
That was the important part, was that, as a gentle reminder, because like you said, it is very overwhelming beginning of the year, beginning of the semester, or even at the end of a semester where everybody starts to kind of, get a little bit stressed out about things. But that kind of not so peak time where it's like, I've got a million emails coming through, but that little lower peak time where it's like, as a gentle reminder, these are our processes and our procedures, and it just refreshes so that everybody's aware.
Sometimes it's gentle, sometimes it's just a reminder, right? So we've got those. One of the things, Dr. Gill, I know, you had to have your memo in before this, but we had our entire leadership team together. We meet with our core building leadership team regularly, but 4 times a year we bring the entire leadership team. So just very briefly, I want to thank you for looking at, when we have those opportunities, what are some of the needs that may come out. In March, we're going to do a lot with budget. But this past month, in the morning, was spent with some of our administrative teams around 504. When we talk about the IDA compliance and all of that, but 504, where they were able to hear from a special education attorney, making sure any new things were in place, but to really talk about those, be able to answer questions. And then in the afternoon with the entire administrative team in the district to talk about IEPs, and especially when we look at student discipline and student behavior, and really talked about, had some really good discussions. Some of it was going back just to some foundational things, but then what things should be in place, how are we meeting the needs of students if we are, seeing different behaviors present. But it was a really good opportunity to have everybody there to be able to answer questions. And there was a need that was discussed, and we wanted to make sure we did
And I
that.
think it represents that the commitment for students with IEPs is beyond just, the Department of Special Education, that we're understanding that principals and assistant principals are asking for information. They also want to know how they can support students in their buildings. So in order to do that, it's explaining the why behind special education law. And so having our special education attorney come and present some of the basics and foundational information around special education law and how it applies to all of our students, it gives all of our administrators an opportunity to share in the commitment and it's in the things that we're trying to do as a district to empower everyone to understand, because there are some unique differences in the way that we approach things, and it's important for everyone to understand the why. So it was a really great opportunity this past week, and appreciated it very much. So, yeah.
And thank you. I mean, this memo is very thorough, and I know I had asked for it, so I really appreciate it. But it's also just like to talk about encompassing everything, not just the specific topic, and making sure that our special ed students are also represented in like the gen ed population.
100%.
So, thank you.
Welcome.
Building on what Mrs. Marino was asking about with the refreshers for the staff, and also touching base on what Dr. McCrindle was just reporting on with the IAR. If I recall correctly, Dr. Gill, a significant number of students, probably more students who have IEPs are taking the IAR.
99% of our students with IEPs take the IAR. So it's always a good reminder, because our students with IEPs, when we talk about the data and our proficiency and our growth, and it really truly was the most exciting week for me. I was just so thrilled to hear the data that we're seeing, especially at our middle school for our students with IEPs. I cannot tell you how exciting it is for everyone to be on the same page about how we need to be targeting those students, and we've just done we've done a lot of work to try and get our teams to a place where we're understanding that data does reflect 99% of our students, and so, yeah, thank you for bringing that up as a reminder.
Right, because now more than ever, because we know how important those assessments are, is being able to deliver on what you're talking about, Mrs. Marino, the refreshers, and making sure that all those accommodations are made for the students, when 99% of them are taking.
Correct, and that our teachers, that our special education teachers have the information that they need to also be doing that work in partnership with their general education counterparts. So,
yeah, I was just going to add, today we just had an elementary principal meeting, and there's a middle school one coming up in a week or so. But each of the buildings do have a staff meeting in the month of February, and then one again in March, where they highlight the importance of IAR testing with staff, and they're talking about all the accommodations and kind of help make sure that we are setting up the right testing environment for our students. And so that's something we've added back that we hadn't really been doing as much over the last, prior years, but in the last couple of years we've done that. And I think that helps, because to your point, we need to remind and make sure that we remember how important this is, and how do we make sure that all students are able to show their best learning, and that's what those accommodations really do, is they help us be able to let kids access and show that. And so we want to do that. So that's something that we've had an increased focus on. We just met today about that with elementary, and we'll be talking to middle school in a couple weeks.
Great work, it sounds like you're on top of it.
You have a question, excuse me, I have a question from a different aspect. When it comes to information about student needs, are there mechanisms in place so that our substitutes are also informed when they walk into that classroom without knowing anything about any student or most students in that room, so that they're not caught off guard, or that they are able to adapt and adjust to meet the student needs in the classroom, instead of Johnny's acting up and making an assumption that is very broad and probably incorrect?
Yes, so our sub-plans will always include that critical information. It's part of an expectation we would have for all of our teachers.
So that information would be shared. We do have mechanisms. We are talking about our systems. Where are there disconnects? Where can we streamline communication? Because there are buildings that might have to share communication in a different way, and so we're trying to make it more universal. But we do know that communication is happening, and in the case of having a sub, it would be part of a sub plan, and our teachers are really good about making sure that their students are accounted for.
Yeah, it's one thing when it's a long-term sub, you adjust and you adapt to the flow of the classroom. But when you have an instance of a teacher coming in or a sub coming in for one day or maybe two,
Yes.
it's a completely different circumstance. And I can see where that dynamic is impacted as well from what the kiddos, this is my norm, right? And now all of a sudden, this person in front of the room is different and my norm has changed.
Yeah, and we do that. We have wonderful subs in our district too, who, I think know our classrooms and our classroom teachers are just really diligent about making sure they have what they need to. Whether it's one day or a long-term sub, I think we're pretty good about that, so.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right.
Troy, you bring up a good question though
Sure.
about our subs and, when we, I know we have kind of our, I guess, I don't want to say core group, but we have our subs that tend to pick up or that we call upon. And at the beginning of the year, when they go through their yearly training, is this part of, like, their training, some sort of, special ed? Or is there something that the district can just put a little something together that?
You have that answer. I don't know.
Something
if
that
there's formal-
our frequent subs, or even somebody who's gonna come in and work once in a while, has just a general overview, some bullet point reminders. You're coming in there, look at your list and see, because when you're in there and a kiddo just, they have their movement break and they just know that they can, they're putting up, whatever sign it is that they have with, established with their teacher, and they get up and they walk out and the sub doesn't know that. The sub's like, where are you going? And they're like, my movement break. But how do we communicate that with our subs?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we put together a one-stop shop for subs that shows them how do you access some of our common technology tools and our common systems, because when they walk in a classroom, all of a sudden I need to be able to use the literacy platform and the math one. I think we could talk through how we could add this to that, because we don't currently have that in our way, but that would be something that we look to do.
I think that's some of the basic information. But I think one of the beauties of, for the majority of our students, when we think about the continuum, is a team approach. And so barring a day that your co-teacher and your related service and your gen ed teacher are all gone at the same time, a lot of those things can flow. And so we do see our staff really coming together on those days that somebody is out. It was over at the high school and visiting a number, who was the special education coordinator, and we're visiting a lot of classrooms. And there were some stuff, and where that classroom was, and you could really see where the paraprofessionals or the occupational therapists were really stepping in up and doing some of those routines and strategies that maybe the classroom teacher had been the main person doing. And so that is something that we've really seen our model change for the majority of our students, that it is a team approach. And so much of that does just regularly flow, even if there is an absence there. But yes, the basic information, I think we can enhance that in the beginning of year training.
Yeah, 'cause the teacher may be blindsided, like, what did I do? And child becomes dysregulated, and if it happens earlier in the day, then it just perpetuates, and the whole day could turn into a disaster when it was just something as simple as, I hadn't had a chance to recognize that you had a movement before.
And it's one of the reasons why we want all of our administrators to be part of that too, principals, assistant principals, because it is, the more everyone knows about how to support kids, the better it is for subs, but ultimately better it is for students, so.
Right, and part of that mechanism is communication. Sub walks in and the neighbor next door says, oh yes, I know this is in your classroom, or when check-in happens at the front desk, maybe there's an administrator that says, this is the kind of class that you have. So it's not necessarily blind, but at the same time, just having that exposure, and some of that comes with doing subbing more frequently. You different things, and having a para in the classroom is fabulous. Having a good neighbor next door that you can lean on and say, I'm having an issue, or knowing, yes, it's time to call admin on this one, because I just don't know what to do. And it comes with experience, but at the same time, being familiar with those different ways of supports that are available for staff. So thank you. All right, anything else for special services? Thank you for indulging all the questions.
Of course.
Director of Communications, Public Engagement, Ms. Barr.
Thank you. I submitted 3 different documents for you guys, and I'll start with the FOIA report. So that's the monthly FOIA report. We responded to 4 FOIAs this month, 2 of which were commercial FOIAs. Just wondered if anybody had any questions on those.
They seem to be coming more frequently.
Yes, they do. And it's something that ebbs and flows.
Yes.
Okay, next is the monthly communications dashboard, and again, that is really just sort of a high-level view of our current platforms and communication efforts, and a way for us to look at those metrics and see how they compare kind of month over month. Social media, what posts seem to be resonating, and things like that. Are there any questions about the communications dashboard?
No, Ms. Barr, I had just one question. Like, are these just number of hits?
Well, I'm sorry.
So what you're calculating are just the hits on there? Because do you need a Gmail account to access, like the policy or the website, or to go on there? When we're counting numbers, is it just picking the hit? Or
Are you talking about, so the communications dashboard has a bunch of different categories. Are you referring to the website?
Yeah.
Okay. So Google can provide us with those numbers in terms of what pages get the most hits, I think is what you're saying, to click when
Yes.
people are visiting.
Yes.
So we can see that information, and no, you don't need anything special, and those are just regular, public-facing web pages.
Got it. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions on the dashboard? Lastly, then, I did submit kind of a high-level overview of for you guys, so that you can kind of see some of the top priorities for the communications department right now. One of the big things we're trying to do this year is work on digital storytelling, and it's a way to highlight what's happening in our schools and also how it aligns to our current strategic plan. So What's Great 158 is a good example of that. It's allowing us to get into the classrooms, to see teaching and learning in action, and then to show how so many of these things we're already doing and how they do tie to what we're doing. So that's been a fun project for me and for my assistant Kimmy to work on, and we're going to keep enhancing that one, and then we've got the student edition here coming up, so that's kind of fun. A couple of other things that we've got going, the Radar Roundtable continues, and every month we've got a different guest, different focus, and so this month the focus is on volunteering in the district, and Eileen Delahante, our volunteer coordinator, was Jessica's guest, and so that will come out in our newsletter on Sunday. And then we're working on a kindergarten video for incoming kindergarten families, prospective families who are new to us. And so it's going to be kind of a day in the life. This is what it looks like at McCaven, yeah, I know, the big cute one, yeah. So working on that, and then we will also be starting to work on our Portrait of a Learner video series, and we'll kind of start with a high-level view of what is the Portrait of a Learner, why did we engage in this process, and what does it look like. So that's something that we'll kind of be working towards the rest of the year. So those are just a few, but wondered if anybody had any questions about any of those projects that we're working on?
I like the day in
Social
the
media.
life of a kindergarten, that sounds exciting. Will that be in different languages as well? Or
Well,
is that the capability of,
If we did, so we'll provide captioning?
yeah,
and so that-
captioning, yeah.
Yep, so then it would be.
Okay.
And yeah, it's actually, Cheryl Powell, who really had requested this for some of her families that were transitioning from the program into kindergarten. But obviously, there's a great benefit to the community too, and brand new families who haven't been here before. I think that will be a valuable tool for.
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Those are some of the things that we're working on. Newsletters come out this Sunday, so once a month we're sending out family newsletters and staff newsletters, so those will come out on Sunday. Couple other things I just wanted to mention. One of them is that there are some accessibility guidelines that are going to be changing. So one of the things I'm doing is trying to ensure that we're following the right practices to follow these new guidelines. WCAG, or however you want to say it, but it's website, it's social media, it's actually all platforms, and for students, for parents, for community members, so that anybody, who has some sort of disability that's coming to our website can have a screen reader that's going to be able to give them everything they're looking for. So we have to be thinking about things like color contrast and alt text with images and just a couple of things like that. So that's something everybody is getting ready for, including me and my team. And then, let's see. Well, a couple things. One of the big things I wanted to highlight is that this is Huntley's 175th anniversary. It's kind of kicking off. And so Sharon Camonte and I actually put together a historical display for the school district at the Village Hall, and we just wanted to mention that to everybody. It's kind of fun to go see some. Sharon's actually been working on creating this whole kind of Huntley Historical Museum, I'm going to call it, for the district office here. So we basically took some of these artifacts that she's been gathering and brought them over to the village, so they're on display through the month of January. But if you're there, stop in, take a look at them. It's kind of fun. So thank you, Sharon, for all your work on that.
Thank you.
You did a lot of it, so thank you so much. And then lastly, just wanted to add, there's a fun article in District Administration, which is a publication of print and electronic nationwide. It has about 180,000 circulation, that ran a really fun article about us and our Future Ready Focus and our CPE program that's out on our channel. Take a look at it. That's it. And any other questions? Thank you.
Hearing any? Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, microphone off. Thank you very much. Ms. Murray, Community Relations and Student Outreach Committee, 13.2.
I don't have anything,
Okay.
actually, so.
All right, very good. Number 14, Operations Maintenance, Mr. Lee. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. A few updates for the board. The Heinemann DX cooling replacement project, the equipment is on site at the contractor's facility, and we'll be ready to roll out the project as soon as school's out at the end of May. Strategic Energy Management, the O&M team has started replacing fluorescent lighting at the high school with LED. We will plan on doing Chesapeake this summer. We received tremendous news this morning on the ComEd instant rebate on the lamps. We're going to be saving almost over $21,000 on the lamps. So to dive a little deeper into that, each lamp regular price is $7.70. We're paying 70 cents a lamp. So for the lamps at Chesapeake, it'll only be $2,100. And then we're going to do the amazing savings, yeah.
Okay.
As part of the SEM ComEd NICOR program, we're going to receive a check over $10,600 for our participation in last summer's program. So that check should be coming in at the end of the month on that. Number 3 on my list, the asphalt crack fill seal coat traffic paint bid. There was a mandatory pre-bid meeting yesterday. We had 7 contractors come in. So the bid opening is January 26th. We hope to get really good numbers from those 7 contractors. So that's really good turnout for that pre-bid meeting. Number 4 on the list, Huntley High School robotic floor scrubber. Our outsourced custodial partner, GSF, has been demoing a new floor scrubber. So this is nothing new to the high school. We have a robotic one there now, but it runs at night. So this new one is going to run during the day and interact with the students. So really cool thing about this, great feedback from the high school administration and students. As rumor has it, the high school students are going to be voting on a name for this machine. So
You guys are leading that.
I don't know.
You are now.
And hopefully GSF will move forward with putting this new robot in the high school. And lastly, our FMX work order report. 550 work orders were submitted to the O&M department with a resolution time of 3.24 days. That's really good from the team. Those are the numbers we're really hoping for the team. Any questions on O&M updates?
When the LED lighting is completed at the high school in Chesapeake, does that mean that all of the buildings now have LED?
Yeah, Chesapeake and the high school are the only 2 buildings remaining. I would probably say the high school is 30% done with LED. So we're looking to finish both buildings
Nice.
from now till the end of this year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And the robotic device,
Yes.
what, about 4 feet high? Because I think I've seen this, it's like a seafoam green color or.
That's the current one we have, that
Okay.
actually a person can ride it and pass it around. The new one
Yes.
doesn't have the option for a rider. So
What
no
about
students can sit on top of this one.
Okay.
I call it basically a large Roomba,
Yeah.
and it's gotten a lot of, like, speculation from the students, and I think our, Raider Nation News student, news, organization is gonna do, articles for it also, so just more explanation about it.
I had this image in my head of the little guys that run around with the robotics machines, that cut the grass. So they're extremely low to the ground. And it's, so I have this mental image going out at the high school with something like that.
All these little,
Well, just the volume of kids and because it's such a low to the ground device, want to make sure it doesn't get stepped on or kicked along the way.
3.5, 4 feet tall. So it's still tall.
Yeah, it's still noticeable.
Have you seen, on some of the college campuses, how they have, they deliver food across the campus? It
Yeah.
reminded me a little bit of it. I mean, you have a picture of it right there, a video, yeah, if you guys want to see it afterwards, so.
All right.
I heard the front runner name is Steve, right, at this moment.
Steve, okay. Very good.
Wow.
Creative.
Creative.
Steve.
I didn't come up with it.
That's okay. And then also, the community solar project.
Yes,
Did that kick off or?
they are still doing the commissioning, the documents for the project. We received an update today, Mr. Altmeyer and I did. So it's kind of at a standstill. They're waiting on finishing the commissioning of the project with comments.
Okay. Very good.
Hoping that turns around rather quickly.
Yeah. In light of what's coming tomorrow, right? Right, not that quick. All right. Anything else on O&M? All right, last call. Number 15, next on the agenda is President's Report. Board discussions 15.1. Is there anything anybody wanted to add for future discussion? Now, we've had a couple in the past meetings that have come up. One of them was legal counsel. There was a question. That's not something that I understand that people want to discuss it. I don't know that that's something for a public discussion because it's working with a private firm, and I don't want to do anything to dispel anybody's public reputation as a firm one way or the other. So, know that there's been talk about having that open discussion, and that I subscribe to that. I'm open to having that in closed session, but not necessarily open.
I think that's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it was brought up in here,
Yeah.
so I don't want it to necessarily go unresolved with the public, so I want to communicate that it's still on the docket.
Okay.
Just not necessarily something that is for this forum.
No, you bring up a good point, so
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay. Anything else, anything that I missed, in the second December meeting? I know I was listening, but it's been a while since we've met.
No, but I have a couple of new ones, so.
Okay.
Especially after, our last meeting, as I left feeling a little bit confused about some things. So how does the board feel about some Robert's Rules of Order training, for all of us? I've never gone through any kind of Robert's Rules of Order training, and I feel like some things at the last meeting may have violated that. So I want to see if we could get some, so that we're all on the same page and that we are working efficiently as a board, that we are following processes that we're all on the same page about. So that would be one request, some training on that. We talked a little bit about, teacher, looking at policy 270 for our board member vacancy process, streamlining that. And then looking, kind of targeting around our policy 450, 460, like in that range. I know when we have our budget and we finalize our budget and our policy is that we then give authority to our superintendent to execute and spend the money within the allotted budgets. But I want to talk a little bit about, in the future, a policy surrounding the amount of money that we spend for special ed due process, when we have attorneys come in, when we're working with advocates. This is something I've talked about within the community for a while now, and I want to look at evening the playing field. When families need to bring in an advocate or they're going into due process, that's a financial hit to families. Attorneys are not like, sure, give me a couple $100 and I'll start this for you. It is expensive for families. And I think what bothers me is to hear we're not phased if a family wants to go with an advocate or attorney, we'll just bring ours in, because people that are saying this, it doesn't affect you personally. It's not your checking account. It is not your bank account, but it is the community's money. And I don't think that just because we have $125,000 in our legal budget that it should just be an endless deep pocket of going against, you know, a family when they're advocating for something that their child needs, whether it's through an advocate or taking it through due process. And I think we don't need to know who the family is, who the student is, but I'd like to see a baseline, like a starting, like, okay, you have $2,000 or $3,000 or whatever it is to start the process. And if you've exceeded that, then come back to the board and say, and justify or talk to us about why you think it is in the child's best interest to continue to fight a family and go back and forth. And the board decides whether or not this is something that should be pursued, and giving a next chunk of money. It shouldn't just be an endless, like, bottomless pit. I want to even that playing field for families, because ultimately that's also the community's money. So it's like you're giving money to an attorney or to an advocate, then also your tax dollars, you're going against yourself. And I want to look at being a little bit more diligent about that and streamlining that and having more discussion with the board when these situations are coming. So I just want to look at if that's even something that the board would be willing to look at, to even things out for the community.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand where the evening out is. And that, I'm a little naive, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's trying to formulate the thoughts in my head here. To me, from what I understand, due process is not something that's initiated by the school district, or can it be?
It can be. It could be.
But it's extremely rare?
It would be
Is that
very,
safe to say?
we have not done it in my, it is very rare.
It would be very rare for the district to file due process. We certainly can, when parents file, we often enter into mediation. That's always our preferred method. That's a free support from ISB. And when possible, that is always our first measure. So, and I don't know that it's a special education specific question, although I think that's what you're asking about, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next step would be you, myself, and Dr. Gill sitting down and looking at, because when we look at legal fees, if you're talking special ed, right now, like when we had Tuesday, it was a wonderful professional development. The best person to offer that was our attorney. And so when we're looking at the budget, some of those dollars might be for other things that are not necessarily due process. So maybe we could sit down and then
No.
figure out where, kind of, what part that is that you're talking about, looking at, and then.
I was looking
Yeah.
at creating some sort of wording that doesn't give, special ed just this like blanket checkbook,
Yeah.
like this blank check of, you can just keep spending and keep going and going and going. There has to be a cap at some point
Yeah.
when going,
The
you
only
know.
other thing I would offer
with
is
families.
we do track, I do think it's a good conversation, we do track, and if we look at our legal fees over the last 3 years, they've declined every year.
Mhm.
So we do track it. I think it's important for you to know that. It's important for you to know that we've spent less every year for the last 3 years, at least time that I'm tracking that. And it's an important conversation because we certainly don't want there to be any litigation. And so just from my seat, we are working very hard with families in our community to decrease any litigation that may come our way, because we do very much want to work with families and come up with agreements without litigation on either side. And so I think the next step is let's sit down and really unpack what questions you have so that we can be as transparent and open as possible. But I also don't want anyone feeling or thinking that from special education that there's any thought at all that we have a blank check for legal fees, because that is not at all our position.
Yeah, I think that that's a matter of looking at the data, and you know the general trend of it, you have the pulse of that, because that's part of your responsibility. But I think the other statement that you made is very important, is we don't want to go to due process. We want to mediate the situation, because we're trying, in my opinion, we're trying to address what's best for the student. And so that's why the interest of mediation is first and foremost, because then both sides can address the matter of what is best for the student from the perspective of the school district that is responsible for doing the education, but also for the parents who are responsible for the students at home and in general, because they have that parental responsibility.
And even before mediation, one of the things I appreciate about Dr. Gill is that her philosophy aligns with mine. I would rather sit down with parents and have a good, honest conversation about what's going on. They have absolutely the best knowledge of their child, and to be able to sit down and really talk about what are the challenges that they're seeing, we're able to do the same and really go from there. And the majority of the time, it can be done. If we're truly sitting down and really listening and hearing, we can go that way. Unfortunately, there's sometimes it does need to go into that mediation realm, but I prefer not even to get there. And so that is the encouragement. Now our philosophy is really, let's sit down and have that conversation and collaborate the best that we can for that child.
And I recognize too, that mediation, sometimes we have an attorney present and sometimes we don't. So it depends on the situation. And I also understand that there are times where we really do need to keep going, because maybe what the district is wanting for a child or seeing that the child needs is very different. And it is really important that the district is fighting for the child. There are, there are times I agree where that might be in the child's best interest, but when we're gonna be spending kind of money like that on an ongoing or a long-term basis, letting the board know this is happening, this is ongoing, keeping us aware, and it's that checks and balances that goes through that, and then we're talking through it, like, does this work? It doesn't make sense to keep going. So that was my thought process there, was maybe a little deviation from, because I know our policy states, hey, we pass this budget, and we then give you the authority to run the district and do what needs to be done with that budget and purchase the services that are needed for the district. But how do we oversee like a subgroup of that?
And it's regular updates, and I think that Mr. Altmeyer would agree on that, right? He likes that from the budgetary aspect of knowing maybe if there is something down the pipe or if there is something that's working on continuously. But those are maybe just, again, more information if we do have. Because I think there are a few cases that are there, but if that's being able to provide that information, more regularly, absolutely.
I mean, I would agree that this is an important conversation. It's been brought out there. I do think we need to provide data on how many of these due processes that happen. If it's zero, then we can just present the number zero. Or if it's one last year or 5 years ago, just to, maybe it's a 3 to 5 year trend. Just to formally, because what I don't feel comfortable about is that I don't want us to, put out there in the community that there's anecdotal situations that the district is fighting parents.
Correct.
And it doesn't sound like that's the case, and I feel like we need to now present data to squash that potential perception that this is the trend of us as a district fighting parents who desperately need supports for their students.
Because I do 100% think it's an important conversation and want to make sure everyone in our community hears. We work very, very hard with our families. It's not that we don't have disagreements, but it is not simply a question about special education. We have families who have students in general education who might also be engaging in litigation and those kinds of things. So I don't want to separate out and make it feel like it's a special education concern. It's not a concern that's been brought to my attention. We have 0 cases right now that have been filed due process. We certainly work with families. So that is an absolute commitment from me personally in my role and the work that I'm doing with our department. I know Ms. Lombard already shared that it is a shared philosophy. There isn't a parent in our district who has had a concern that I wouldn't be a person sitting at the table to help problem solve. So I do appreciate the note, Mr. Bobby, about wanting to dispel and admit that there is an issue, but that also the conversation around what are we spending is important. So I'm not shying away from it, but I want to be very clear about our position and on that. And I have worked very hard, and Mr. Altmaier could attest to wanting to make sure I'm diligently looking at every dollar spent in the legal space and have tracked that explicitly. So, but I'm happy to talk all of that. Yes, exactly. But yes, to your point.
And the other component of this is for an issue to arise and be discussed and be attempted to be mediated, and then ultimately, at worst case, to go to due process, which involves the courts, which involves scheduling. There's a whole lot of conversation from day one until you get to actually having the due process case. So the conversation is ongoing, and it is not just an overnight 0 to 100 blast in 24 hours or 48 hours. It is a long process. It is a long conversation that takes place over multiple weeks and maybe even months in some cases. So it's not for lack of disclosure or notification or what have you, so that we are apprised of the situation and knowing that, yes, there's an issue that may go into due process. We're still mediating it. It's ongoing. It doesn't happen overnight. It is elongated.
Yeah, and I'm confident I would keep Ms. Lombard abreast of any of those situations that would be ongoing, but we currently do not have any cases that are in due process. FYI.
Thank you. All right. Good.
Yeah.
All right, what's next? You said you had a couple.
Yeah, I had a couple. That was it, the Roberts Rules, the 270, and then looking at like our spending for special ed legal. That was it.
Thank you for that. 15.2, the board vacancy. As it's been announced, there is a vacancy on the board. I do want to add a couple words from a personal standpoint. I know Mr. Bittman's time has caused controversy for some. And I know that even us sitting here or me, because I'll speak for myself, there have been times when the exchanges have been heated. Please don't misconstrue that for the contributions that he did make in his time here. They're valuable. We don't have to see eye to eye on things. Have good constructive conversations as a board and make progress going forward. So I understand, because I've heard some of the comments around this. I appreciate the work that he put in, appreciate the time that he put in during this time, during his time on the board. And again, this doesn't negate his dedication or work for District 158. So I just wanted to put that out there from myself. As far as the board vacancy discussion, we've announced it, put it out on social media, that resumes, applications are due on the 23rd by 3 p.m. We as a board will decide when the interviews will take place, whether those interviews will be in open session or closed session. There's a lot of questions for us to answer. There is no set process for this. Really, the only requirements that we have is the timing of the notification to the Regional Office of Education, as well as a 60-day window to fill the vacancy on our own. Otherwise, the ROE's office fills the vacancy for us within 30 days after we don't make a decision. So it's in my personal belief, it's in our best decision or our best interest to have a good, robust process, to select a candidate from that pool and move forward and do so in a timely fashion that fulfills the law that is on the books. So there's a lot of internal questions we have to hash out still, but that's kind of where the process is today. So if anybody else wants to chime in, you're welcome to do so, but I want to make sure that the community understands kind of the 30,000-foot level, some of the things that we have to decide for the process. And that process, again, there's no mandate to do it the same way every single time. Probably a good practice to follow certain procedures, but nothing is concrete. We just have two obligations to fulfill. One is at the front end with the ROE, and one is at the back end to fill this on our own. Anybody else?
That's just going to piggyback on kind of what I had brought in the new business, is hoping to streamline our process for consistency and continuity as these situations come up. So, reiterating.
One other thing, just so that you're all aware, this may entail a little bit of a reshuffle from a committee perspective. Mr. Bittman was on the Finance Committee, the HR, and I believe the Curriculum and Instruction Committee. Depending on who the final person is that's chosen, I'm not sure that putting a brand new person on finance is a good idea, although we all participate in the committee discussions as a committee of the whole. I just don't know. So I know that when we started as a board, when the 7 of us started, we all had preferences on what we'd like to chair. I still have those original emails of who liked to chair what, and people did not get their first choice. See if we can try and help get those people where they wanted to be in the first place, despite the volume of people that wanted to serve on one committee or another. So I don't want to reshuffle the deck. It's just, it may be necessary to do that. We'll see. I want to let people know about that.
But I think to your point and Melissa's point, as far as brushing up on the Roberts Rule of Order, I know you're speaking to, like Andy was Mr. Bittman, I'll say, was head of the finance.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we had that discussion about the levy and the abatement, we got shut down from having any conversation on that before our vote. We even asked, we can't have any discussion here, shut down, roll call immediately. So maybe it doesn't even matter who gets put in that committee if it's going to be, discussion is going to be shut down anyways. I'm not saying this every time, but I know that's what she's speaking. I don't know. Are you speaking to that?
Well, that is part of it, because I did at that meeting, because I was not at the committee as a whole, I did not participate, I was not able to ask questions, and then I was prepared for a discussion. That's not to say I wouldn't have gone along with the district's recommendation, but I did feel like when that vote and that motion and that second, and we just went straight to a vote, and I felt like I was shut down from asking any questions, not only at the committee as a whole, but then again at the regular board meeting. And I felt like it would have been important for the community to hear questions and discussion and explanation. There are some people that we know only tune into certain meetings out of the year. They tune in specifically to the levy hearing. Maybe they don't look at the memo and they just want to watch what's happening. And to have heard one of us just speak it and say, this is why the district's recommending no abatement, and just hitting it home again, how we moved from tier 1 to tier 2 unexpectedly, and we're still riding that wave because it happened so late. I mean, the end of July, beginning of August, hitting it home, talking about it, letting the community hear it. It might have been beneficial rather than shutting it down, but we blocked conversation, and then looking at Robert's Rules of Order, it's like, did that vote even happen properly? And so that's what's running through my mind.
The vote absolutely happened.
If you look at Robert's Rules of Order,
I've been
it
through
says.
extensive Robert's Rules training. And the vote
And he and
happened.
I have not. So.
And I've been living Robert's Rules of Order since college.
So,
There's
I
a
mean,
motion,
there
there's
are
a
some.
second, we've had presentations, we've had discussions.
But when you look online, sometimes it says there's a motion, a second, and then a discussion. So maybe I need to be clear as to maybe what I looked up about Robert's Rules of Order is incorrect, but something that I had read and skimmed over was there's a motion, there's a second, and then there's a discussion. And to say no discussion, and I know it happened twice at that meeting. So it wasn't just one. I know it, and it happened, I believe, earlier in the meeting when we talked about revision and adoption of the agenda. To shut down a discussion, to shut down a board member from asking questions or making a comment or something doesn't feel right. I can tell you, especially, my time from 2019 to 22 when I was on board. There were times when I didn't agree with my fellow board members, and there were things that were going on, and yet never, ever once did I sit at my seat and not put the community first beyond my own personal feelings about something. I never did not put the community first. So to want to tally something, it didn't feel right. I don't know that it was right. It's not about, oh, Melissa's with them or Melissa's with them. It's not. I've said it consistently throughout the entire time that I campaign and my time on this board. I vote on issues as they come and on their merit, regardless of who brings it up, who is affiliated with it. I am always thinking about the community, families in this community, and children in this community, and how it affects you, not how it affects me.
All right, so this was supposed to be the topic about the vacancy discussion. Got a little bit sidetracked, but I'm giving you a little bit of latitude because I can see the prior topic you did bring up, Robert's Rules of Order, getting some training on it with the board discussion. I'm not trying to shut you down, I'm just trying to keep things moving in an orderly fashion, that's all.
You were good, we're good.
So in regards to the board vacancy discussion, is there anything else worth mentioning? And again,
And I was part of that too, so,
I
mean, as far as.
no, I'm letting you say your piece because I get it, but at the same time, I want to keep things on task and moving forward. So that's why I give you the latitude.
Yeah, no, I mean, as far as the committees go, I mean, it's just, I know he was part of the finance committee and we weren't allowed to talk finance. So there's that, and I'll just keep it right there, but I'm just saying, so.
Once we, again, moving the train back to the track, once we decide on the interview date, we will let candidates know, and we will put that out. We will make the decisions on subsequent stages of that process. so that we can have our person put into the seat and do it on time so that nobody else gets to do it but us. It's handled locally. All right. I had a whole bunch of notes here. I think I went through most of them. I don't have anything else unless somebody else has a question or comment. All right. With that said, we'll move on to 15.3, minutes. There are minutes that are presented for review. Seeking to move forward at the next board meeting. If you have anything of substance, please let Sharon know so that we can adjust that. Not adjust it, but just correct it accordingly. But I'll make sure that that's out there for your review.
Thank you.
Item 16, roll call vote. Here we go. Item 16.1, materials adoption for high school science with open sci ed. Dr. McCrindle, anything to add on to this?
This was discussed last, it was actually November, at the December CAL, so nothing to add yet.
I move to approve the materials related to the science, high school science curriculum regarding open sci ed. Now that it's been reviewed for 30 days-ish plus. Period.
Second.
Mr. Feckety, thank you for the second. Normally I don't do this. You're right, Mrs. Maiorino, about the discussion part of it. Usually, the reason I don't, every once in a while there's a topic, maybe you do need to because there's some last second details. This is one of those things that, to me, it's been on the agenda for a long time. A lot of the questions should be ferreted out. A lot of times just skip right into it. So that's just to let you know where I come from on this.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We have a motion, we have a second. Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0. Item 16.2, press policy revision, second reading. We've gone through the second reading on this, so unless there's a reason not to, feel free to vote no. But I move to approve the policies as the second reading that are in this revision.
Second.
Mr. Feckety with a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 16.3, HR personnel. Mr. Zier, anything to add to this before we vote?
There's nothing to add.
Okay. With that, I move to approve the personnel reports that have been provided as presented, period.
Second.
Second by Mr. Feckety. Roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 16.4, establishing the fiscal year resolution 2026-01-01. Mr. Altmeyer, anything to add on this?
Nothing to add, this is standard operating procedure every year.
Yep. Thank you for beating me to that comment. With that, I move to approve fiscal year as presented from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Feckety. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 6-0. Item 16.5, designation of person to prepare tentative budget resolution, i.e. resolution 2026-01-02. This is the appointment of Mr. Altmeyer, designated as that person to prepare the tentative budget. And this is standard operating procedure. Anything to add, Mr. Altmeyer?
No, but if anybody wants to help, let me know.
Okay, very good.
Actually, the whole cabinet team is going to be helping out.
There you go. Make it a team project. I like it. All right, with that, we have a motion on the floor,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Feckety. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Praddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Congratulations, Mr. Altmeyer and team. Item 16.6, video boards, shot clocks for the East Gym FY 2027. Mr. Altmeyer, I'm going to let you respond.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm still riding the high of having to prepare the tentative budget. I'm gonna do my best to stay calm here. This is a memo from Ms. Caston to myself, and she very much wanted to be here tonight, but unfortunately could not make it. She has spent a lot of time over this past year working with, video boards, scoreboards in the central gym that really, they work and then they don't work, and they work and they don't work. And so we're having a lot of issues with those scoreboards. At the same time, during the year, we received notice from the IHSA that, there's a bylaw that shot clocks must be implemented for the basketball season, for next year's basketball season. So in looking at everything we needed to do just to install shot clocks, that's about a $20,000 price tag that every school district in the state of Illinois is kind of incurring. And a lot of the school districts are going the route that, we are planning to go, that we've put in front of you. We do have a relationship with PowerAd already. Okay, PowerAd is the company that we used previously, Side Effects, that we used to put up our football scoreboard. And that was over, I think, 12, 13 years ago. And we put that scoreboard up for a relatively low cost, probably a third of what it costed. But over the years since we've had it, we've not only recouped the cost of that scoreboard, we've been generating marketing revenue along the way. So the PowerAd partnership that we have is, they're kind of like our marketing arm. They're our sponsorship company that works with really big signage companies, video companies, scoreboard companies. And then they work with local vendors in the community to raise sponsorship dollars, marketing and sponsorship dollars, to help support the equipment costs and things of that nature. So what you're looking at here is the idea is not only will we be looking at shot clocks, but we're looking at replacing the scoreboards with video boards in the contest gym, the East Gym. And the current scoreboards that we have in the East Gym, we've moved to the Central Gym, for which those are the ones that they need a lot of work. They need to be replaced anyway. And in doing so, and working with PowerAd over the last several months, they've been able to secure almost $67,000 towards the cost of that $126,000 video board and shot clock project. In addition to that, the Huntley High School Athletic Boosters have committed to another $12,500, resulting in approximately a $46,000 price tag for these shot clocks and video boards. That's about $26,000 more than we would have had to have spent anyway just for the shot clocks. But working with PowerAd and understanding how the partnership works on an annual basis, as they continue to solicit and find more local sponsors, we will continue to receive approximately 60% of every dollar they raise. And so they pull together a conservative revenue projection that we provided within the memo. And as you can see, over the 10 years conservatively, and we did look at a lot of their assumptions, conservatively, the district after 10 years should receive approximately $104,000. So yes, upfront, we are asking for the board to approve a $46,000 purchase, but knowing that we can break even within 4 years approximately on that purchase, 4 or 5 years, and then ultimately for the next 10 years continue to receive sponsorship and marketing revenue using PowerAd as our partner on that front, knowing that we have an additional $104,000 coming in, not additional 50 approximately. We are recommending moving forward with this opportunity to use PowerAd. I also want to note that when we were looking for a scoreboard 12 or 13 years ago, we looked at purchasing it on our own. But working with a company such as Side Effects at the time, or PowerAd, who puts up a lot of these scoreboards, puts up a lot of these video boards, with the relationship and buying power that they have, we also get the benefit of really significantly reduced pricing because they're the ones purchasing the video board, they're the ones purchasing the scoreboard and installing it on our behalf. So in addition to the sponsorship dollars, we get the purchasing power of PowerAd with that, I wish Rita was here a little more to kind of help sell this thing a little more, but I'll do the best I can to answer any questions you have. But administration at this time is recommending moving forward with this. You know, as we continue down the path, this is something that we would install closer to, you know, spring break to the summertime when this equipment comes in. We're hoping that that $46,500 even becomes less because of additional sponsorship opportunities that PowerEd continues to seek on our behalf. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do the basketball teams ever, like, use this language to, when they raise the money, you know, like all the sports teams do? This would be something that I know the community would be like, yeah, let's get on board with this. Like, we can raise money for this, you know, like.
Yeah, we did, you know, we feel like this is a district responsibility, and it obviously stems from just the equipment on the wall, the scoreboards, to the IHSA shot clocks. But to your point, if we are fundraising and raising money for this type of thing, whether it's the boosters, right, whether it's the boosters or somebody else, certainly that would be a good opportunity as well. So I agree with you, but unfortunately, you know, we felt like this was a district requirement that
No, that's okay.
we're
I was
trying
just
to
curious.
fulfill.
Getting help that way.
My question is more out of curiosity. So if there's like a technical issue with any of these scoreboards, who supports that? So if like, because the worst thing would be malfunctioning scoreboard that's flickering or.
Yeah, and we've had that over the years
Yeah.
with the scoreboard, and we have worked directly with Side Effects, but we also work with the maker of the equipment.
Okay.
You
So
know,
they'll typically support any kind of technical issues.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, whether it's a 5-year warranty, we're gonna receive the exact same warranty we otherwise would have if we would have purchased this on our own.
Is there a lifespan of these scoreboards?
Great question. We've had the scoreboard for over 10 years, but I do know that just like any other LED, right, piece of equipment, you know, 10 years, 10 to 12 years, you know, we may at some point in the future be looking at doing something for that high school scoreboard.
Yeah.
As every TV has a life, I'm sure these will have a life as well.
I'm thinking like Mr. Lindquist and his life cycle report when that comes out.
Correct. We definitely need to get some of this type of equipment on that, or a different deferred maintenance plan.
Yeah. So this was the IHSA that passed the shot clock. This is,
Correct.
so this is, in my eyes, it's an unfunded mandate, but we target usually other groups for the unfunded mandates. This is not a legislative issue. This is a different organization that's creating this cost for school districts across the state.
Would be correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
So the little shot clocks, no man,
Yeah, the portable ones don't cut it these
do
days.
the job? They don't? Why?
I don't think the athletes can see those, because it was.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Is any advertisers on that scoreboard?
On our scoreboard, our football scoreboard?
No, this one.
Oh, well, on the video boards that we will have up above and on, I think, page 3 or page 4 of the memo, we do show pictures of the old scoreboards as well as the new scoreboards. On that video board, there will be sponsorship spots as well as when videos are playing during timeouts and whatnot, we will have sponsorship opportunities, video messages for our sponsors.
So does anything reflect that? The sponsors would want to donate towards this? Have them recognized or no?
Well, that is part of the $67,000 that PowerEd has raised already on our behalf, soliciting those marketing sponsorship opportunities of their companies on our video boards. I do have a brochure that PowerEd did share with me, several that they're sharing with local customers to solicit those sponsorship opportunities and support that provides that information.
So
that
we'll
you're-
see those
you're
people?
mentioning.
Will we-
Yes, you will see those companies.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, any additional questions? Thank you, Mr. Allman, for that.
You're welcome.
All right, not hearing any additional questions. I know this is, to me, this is uncustomary, because usually we get an opportunity to discuss it and rehash it at a COW meeting, and I know this is just, it is what it is, right? right? So, I will move to, to purchase the video boards through the video board partner power ad as presented in the agenda.
Second?
Second by Mr. Feckity. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myrino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 16.7, payroll. Anything to add to the payrolls that are that are listed in the agenda, Mr. Altmeyer?
Nothing else to add.
All right, with that, I move to approve, approve the payrolls as presented in the agenda.
Second?
Second by Mr. Feckity. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Myrino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 16.8, Little City Accounts Payable Report. Thank you for doing this. Anything to add on this, Mr. Altmeyer?
Nothing to add.
All right, with that, I move to approve the Little City purchase orders as presented in the agenda.
Second?
Second by Mr. Craddy. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Abstain due to conflict.
Mrs. Myrino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0-1. Item 16.9, minutes. We have minutes from the December 18th meeting and the December 4th committee of the whole meeting. I move to approve these minutes as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Maiorino. A roll call vote, please.
Mr. Feckity?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Motion passes 6-0. Number 17, public comment.
No public
We
comment.
have no second public comment tonight. With that, I will move to resume closed session for the board at 9:46 p.m.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Maiorino. Voice call vote, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. For those that are leaving for home, thank you very much for being here. Good luck and good night.
Oh, fine. Yeah, right. Okay, black. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And